at this scene with this minor bump, and you can see as she pulls away, the tail light is well intact. So all of that is not going to hold water.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Good morning, everyone. How are we? I got Tom CPU keeping me company. There, that side. Hope you're all well anyway. Yeah, Karen has not arrived yet, so I've got that ready to go when she does arrive. I hope everyone's having a beautiful, beautiful morning. As you can see, just me and Tom this morning. No Sean today. I'm hopeful that Sean's going to be calling in tomorrow, so we can get his insight. So he can't be on screen because he's having work done at home, but I'm hoping that we can get his insight. He's also going to be texting me, and he's also watching. So be careful what you say about him. Sean, lots of love to you. Hope everything's going okay, my friend. Hope the wife is fine, and hope the home is going okay. I know you're watching, so missing you, my friend. Missing you massively. Tim's in the house. Hey, Tim from Denmark. How we doing, fella? Hope you're well there, Tim. Christy says, hey, Dylan. I saw on Facebook that Sean's having work done at home. That's causing power issues. He is. I hope it's fixed quickly, but till then, you have us ride or die, peeps. I know. He's going to be out all week, I believe. So, but as I say, he's still going to be texting me to give his feedback, and we'll hopefully have him ring in. I was going to have him ring in today, but it's a bit hard because we don't know when the breaks are going to be. But hopefully tomorrow lunchtime, Sean will come on and I can play him through my phone then. So we won't see him, but we can hear him, hopefully, if everything goes okay. So, yeah. But he is watching. And I know that he really does appreciate the love that he's been receiving on Facebook, but also in chat. So pump your messages for Sean because he's seen it all. You know what Sean's like. He sees everything. So make sure you send him his love in chat because he does see it. He does appreciate it. So you're already showered, getting dressed and coffee. You see, you're spoiling it now. You shouldn't. Jokes. Elizabeth, how are we doing, my darling? Elizabeth says, good morning, Dylan. Looking forward to today's trial and your feedback. Thank you, Elizabeth. Missed your back and forth with Sean, though. I miss him. I miss him, but obviously real life has taken over for him. I'm just gutted for him. Because obviously yesterday and today it's his baby. It's a taillight. I'm just disappointed for him, But when he comes back, we'll give him his flowers. He's been ridiculed. He's been called all sorts of names. People trying to discredit him. You've seen what people have done to him, and it's upsetting to see. So the fact that he's getting proven right at the minute. No one is like, I know you guys are chuffed. I'm absolutely chuffed to bits for him, and I'm gutted he's not here. But as I say, keep your things in chat, keep it pumping because he does see it. So, let's effing go. Jefe. Tina Crow, so are we ready to watch sidebars with a little testimony thrown in here and there? Tina, my darling, you know exactly what it's about. Yes, hopefully not so much sidebars today. Scratchy Itchy, hello, how are we doing? Hope you're well, Scratchy Itchy. Good man. The never-ending home stuff, I feel it. Yeah, as a last-minute thing. It wasn't as if it's planned or anything. It just happened for him. Good with the start of the day. Good morning, Sean. We miss you. Yes, everyone misses Sean. I watch what I say, Sean. I ain't got nothing but good for you. There we are. I say he might not be watching live because he's fast forwarding stuff because he's in and out of power, but he checks the chat. He checks the chat. Don't you worry. I sure miss you in the chat. Hey, Christine, hope you're well, my darling. Big D Dog, how we doing, fella? Hey, Dylan, miss you, well, Jefe. There we are. He'll love it. Also, I will be sending him the messages through as well, so he's aware because it's difficult for him to watch live all the time. But morning, Hens, my darling. How are you, Hens? Hope you're well. Why, what's he doing here? Is there something happening? No. Hope you're well, Hens. Mimi, good morning, Dylan, Sean, remotely. Will Di be back? I like this commentary. No, Di's not here. Di's working. So yesterday it was like a bank holiday in Wales, in the UK. So he was able to be here, but he's not been able to be here because he's working today. He'll pop on again. He'll pop on again at some point, and you know he'll be chuffed to bits that you said that, Mimi. Chuffed to bits. And we'll do try and bring different people. Dana was awesome yesterday as well. Paul said he might try and pop in today as well. Paul from Resistant to Silence. So hopefully Paul can actually jump in to talk about his experiences yesterday. If not, I'll try and get him here Wednesday because it'd be really nice to hear what he has to say about his court experience as well. Also, Cora, what are you talking about? I missed something. You talk about Sean. Yeah. Tim, where have you been? Where have you been, Tim? You were here yesterday as well. We're just talking. Sean's not here this week, that's all. He's going to power. Good morning, Dylan. Miss you, Sean. There we are, Ruby. Ruby. Na, 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 na. How are you doing, Ruby? Hope you're well. When I lost power, I literally sat in my car to charge phones. Yeah, it's a nightmare, isn't it? He is in and out of power as well. It's not constant. He's in and out. Hence for y'all. Chaperoni. Hey, Erin Hack. Erin, did you shit, what's that? Did you find out what Karen said last night? That was your homework last night. Did you fail or did you succeed? Know about him talking a lot of crap. Didn't know anything about that. What? I'm not sure I get what you're saying, Tim. Sean's not talking crap. Oh, I think you mean that he gets a lot of crap. Yeah, he just gets a lot of crap off people on Twitter. That's all. Nothing major. Nothing he can't sort out. So I wasn't sure what you meant. But yeah, he gets some crap. We all do. We get some crap off people on Twitter. It's all good, though. It's all good. Sean he's all right one. He's always right. So it's fine. You forget corrupt level on the... Yeah, I probably worded it incorrectly. I was just trying to get through the how incompetent they are. The corrupt one might come tomorrow. Oh, he's running. Jesus Christ, I don't like you when Tom's running. Okay, for photos. Oh, there's Kelly. Okay, that's why. Kelly reads there, that's why. Okay. Sean would have been a few comments on yesterday. Yes, he still got some. I'll say I'll try and get him to ring in so he can give his feedback, proper feedback when he can. Cousin Jill. Cousin Jill is in the house. How are you doing, Cousin Jill? I love the fact that I've adopted you as my cousin now, Jill. Sean, he was at Cash App donations for, yes, joke. People will believe you, but Tom, your running makes me every time he runs, I'm like, Jesus, where's he going? But yeah, Erin Hack said, I think she said Arlen is the pullback. Pullback is a term used in financial trading world like an underdog. That is the only thing I can think of because she works in the financial world like me. And the tubes. She works on the tubes, collecting money. Thank you, Erin. It could well be that. I couldn't understand it. Couldn't understand it. But good work, Erin. You still get a B+ for that. Even if you were wrong, you still get a B+. That's good insight. Tim, so I wonder if I'm going to be as peed today as yesterday. I was so peed I could hardly sleep. I don't know. I thought yesterday was a great day. I slept well last night. I thought yesterday was great for the defense. Good morning, Carla. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. Yes, Tim, be effing peed off with me. You should be. I think everywhere I looked at, everywhere we looked on yesterday, everyone was saying how much of a great day the defense had yesterday. So I think we have to celebrate these days. And I think that even Lawyer, was like, this is amazing. Like, what are we doing here? So let's celebrate the good times. Like the boogie. Alicia, how you doing, my darling? Free Zachary Anderson and free Karen Reid. The same signal. How are you doing, Alicia? Hope you're well. Erin and Tim, I'm mad as well. Hopping mad. The Hackster. Let's all be mad. I understand. We're all mad, but let's also celebrate. Here we go. Here she is.
Again, too.
Hey, Anika.
Nick and Jenna.
Oh, maybe it's not Karen, is it? Anyway, hello, Nanika.
Hey, Nick, good job on the radio.
Oh, it's not. It's Nick.
We were
Right,
just
okay.
listening to you on 94.5.
That's fine. Hello to Greg. I'm mad too. We're all mad. We all are mad. Hey, Alicia. I'm trying to keep an open, but my God, each with this is worse than the last one. It's great. It's great for the defense. It's frustrating. But Rita said on Tom's live stream, said, look, they're helping us. So it's good. Yes, let's feel. I know I have to be careful because I got an amber thing yesterday, so I had to be careful. The cop lied on the stand. 2023, there was 14 homicides in Canton. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like I'd not be cross about it, but I'm not interested in any of that. I'm interested in Karen Reid at the minute. I mean, the whole investigation on the conduct of the officers and everything that can happen afterwards. All I care about is justice for Karen. And yesterday was a fucking great day for Karen. So the whole thing you talk about, I'm not trying to dismiss it, Tim. It's important, but that's a secondary thought for me. That can be done afterwards because they need to investigate it all. This corrupt place. Good morning, Sassy. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Erin, that's my love language. So I can swear after 2 hours. Before then, I get amber or red. So I have to be careful. I don't always look at it, though. Nick is there. Nick slamming a Red Bull. Chrissy. What's he saying? Rita's there as well. Rita was puffing out this morning. She gave a speech this morning.
Yeah. Is Peter going in today? Is Peter going in today or no?
I don't think so. No.
Oh. I was wondering why he packed over here.
Okay. I don't know who's going to call. Kelly looks like she's going into court today. It's a half day today, remember? So it depends. I'm hoping. Let me message Paul. Let's see if Paul's around.
Where'd Tommy go?
Because if Paul is around, I'll try and get him to pop into stream now to talk about his experience yesterday. Hang on. Let me just text him. You are my fire. Okay, so I'll see what he says. He might pop in. Hey, Carla. Are we getting the hearing about Kerry? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. We probably are. Tim, I imagine. Feel free to buy Dylan a coffee. He looks tired. Thank you. I got my Floor and Order coffee ready. And I've got some apple juice and lemonade. Apple juice and Sprite there to keep me going. But yeah, thank you very much. Never required, but always appreciated. Right, hang on. Let's see if... Oh, as you do that, hang on. Jesus Christ. I just want to check it. Hang on. Where's it gone there? Kate Hannon, good morning. Enjoy the coffee. Thank you, Kate, so much for the coffee. Obviously, never required, but always appreciate. Thank you to Kate. You're always giving me coffees. Thank you. Appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. Paul is going to join us in 10 minutes as well. So just let's get Tom back up then. What's he say? Paul's in work, but he's going to try and join us in 10 minutes to give us a... Oh, here you go. Hang on.
A woman who had a radio on loud, but I think it was this. I think it was a stream.
Oh, they came and took our sign off the barrel again today. Jim.
Oh, who's on the thing then?
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've been stepping on toes too.
How are you, Jen?
Very good. How are you?
Good.
Are you having a good day so far?
I am.
Good.
Yes, I have a closing today.
Nice.
Okay. I thought Tom was the one on the... Paul says, what happened to Sean? Sean's just had a power cut. So he's off. He's got on and off with power all week, essentially. Right. I wonder what's happening with Tom then. Is he going into court today or something? I'm not sure. Please hit the like. Please subscribe. Dylan's almost at 6,000 subs, and then we can have a party, pizza party. Julie says, morning, afternoon, or let's see what today brings. If today is like yesterday, bring it on. So a lawyer, said last night that, the photos that they're trying to get in for perjury and stuff like that. He doesn't agree it's perjury, but he does believe the judge will allow all the photos in. He does believe that she will, even though you lean that she won't. But he was like, she should. There's no reason not to. So, but he does not agree with their line of perjury. She shouldn't be perjured. She's done nothing to be perjured. So that's interesting for him to say that. Because she did say it's cumulative. So, but he was like, no, I think she's going to change her mind and allow the photos in because there's no reason not to. It makes it even worse if you don't let her in, which is true. So that's going to be interesting to see if she does do the hearing today and she lets them in, because why wouldn't you let them in? Why? So they got to do that hearing before Caitlin goes on. So that should be done today. Paddington, thank you. Kate, absolutely. No, be a party, chappy. Be a party on the tubes. Let's go on the tubes. Get it, be a party. Sub to Tom, absolutely. Please do sub to Tom CPU. We're sniping him, but Tom doesn't mind. Tom wants us to share his stream, so please subscribe to Tom CPU. The burden of evidence for perjury is very high. Yeah, they'll never have it. Not in a million years. But to get the photos in is good. But we shouldn't even be here. The photos should be in anyway. It makes her look even worse, in my opinion. Why lie in the first place? Not lie, but I don't know. Everyone says the same. The photos should be in no matter what. You got all the other people, Runkle, even Emily D. Baker. Everyone's just in shock that all the evidence, he saw the evidence be carried in a not black, paper bag and stuff. This is a shit job, a shit show, a circus, this investigation. So, are peed off, yes. I would say 99% of them are, yes. I think there's a couple, or maybe one that, but I think they're probably doing for clicks. And I don't even know who the lawyers are, but there's a couple that are obviously anti-Karen, but that's always going to be the case. And interestingly, I wanted to show this. The Court TV is really, really angered me. Here they come. Right, hang on. Shut up, Dylan. Shut up, El Chappy. Karen should be in the house now.
Yes, she is, guys.
Then I'll show you a tweet.
There goes Tom. Look good today.
Thank you. Morning. How are you today? Good.
Dad, you look nice. How'd you sleep?
Oh no.
Please be careful. Please be careful.
Ready?
Hi.
You want to stay back with me?
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
I totally agree with you, Wicked. Totally agree.
Hey, man, get out of the street. Hey, stay on the sidewalk for now, okay? Yes, sir. Good job, Nick.
Oh, Tom has been told. That's Tom being told, stay off the sidewalk. Right, let me show you this, right? Let me show you this. This is a lawyer on Court TV, right? This is how thick these people are. This is why you don't listen to people on Twitter. Oh, sugar, hang on. Sunny Slaughter, who I've always thought was okay, but she's come into this trial with the mindset that Karen's guilty, right? She's from the start, she's like, well, she's guilty. So Judy Court is coming out strong on Monday. Joe on the set, are you watching? Chloe Albert, who was trolling her, basically, which is funny. All day, every day, Sunny. Me and the girls have you guys on the big screen. Do you think we will ever find out why Karen Reid Googled Hoss Long to die in the cold hours before Keith was found? I hope. That is just shows me how ignorant and like, Sunny, you stupid, stupid woman. Karen never Googled it, but in her mind, she did. It's like this is somebody who's a lawyer on court TV. Sonny Slaughter stating that Karen basically Googled Hoslong to die in cold. It was Jen McCabe. Jesus. That's what we're working with, people. That's what we're working with. Right. Dennis. Let's get to Dennis. Hang on. That's a good picture of them all this morning out there supporting. What group that is. Shout out to all of them. Amazing stuff. I love that. I love Dennis. There you go. So, hang on. Let me just go back down for a second. Right. Before I forget, let me go back. Sorry, I missed everyone's stuff. I totally agree with you. Wicked like totally agree with what you just said. People need to realize that Karen's defense is costing her at least $3 million. No doubt about it. She needs to foot all of the expense, travel, logic. Yes, it's going to bankrupt them. Whether she, this is going to. She's raised 300,000, I believe, already, but it's in the millions. It's in the millions. So yes, I agree, Elizabeth. So there is no justice because she can never, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah. Kate, all parents should believe in their daughters the way the Reeds believe and support Karen. How strong are they? They're amazing parents. Hence, even if she perjures herself, what is the likelihood that the prosecutors would even charge her since she's their witness? I mean, I guess she may face perjury charge on a federal level. She's not going to face anything, hence, to be quite honest with you. They just want to portray her as a liar. I think they're doing that, so I think that's fine. They've got to say perjury, obviously, but they're never going to perjure her. Hello, Wendy. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. And thank you for sharing on Facebook, Wendy. Rolling Stone, hit that like button. Thank you, Rolling Stone. Big dog. Erin Hack, you killed it last night in Sean's potential criminal chat. You were nailing the facts. Oh! Was Erin there giving it all, was she? Sorry, I'm doing the talk to text. The joys are dropping off the little ones in the morning. That's okay, Hens. Thanks, Big Dog. I have been waiting for Sean to figure out this corruption for a year, finally. Yeah, because he was dead against it, wasn't he? So, Karen didn't Google it, no. And I think that's the point. Jen McCabe did. But that's Court TV. Nice. I need to get Sean back on here again with Dylan like he did during the Mew trial. I will wait another week or so and get him back on. Yeah, I'll have him back. It was more the fact that he didn't want to do the case. So this is Sean for potentially criminal. He didn't want to do the case. Otherwise, I would have invited him on. And then I think he was very much, this makes no sense. Of course she killed him. Like, he didn't believe in the conspiracy stuff of it. So I was like, well, do that, But Sean's always welcome on this channel. I like Sean. And we're not talking about Sean, our Sean. We're talking about our Sean, who's a streamer, lawyer from Ohio. Love seeing the support. Absolutely. Lightning Leaf, did you see my comment on your video about Karen coming outside to stop and shop truck? Hang on. I didn't, but let me just check. Lightning Leaf. Let me just go back here. Because it does ring a bell, actually. Lightning Leaf. Oh, here you go. Oh, my God. Hang on. You are 100% correct. Let me just get that up then. So the irony of this then. Present, show screen. What a spot. What a spot by Lightning Leaf. So Karen comes out. Oops. Just ended to that. Stop and shop. What the hell? Oh, so Laurie, what are the chances of that? 2 cliffhangers. Stop and shop. What are the chances? What a spot from you, Lightning Leaf. What a spot. What a coincidence. Stop and shop. It's what you use to put your, what all police officers use now, apparently. What a spot. Thanks for that, Lightning Leaf. Right, let me just get the stream up ready because otherwise I forget doing stuff like that. And we don't want to miss anything here. Jesus, Christine, you're everywhere. Share screen. Okay. So the ignorance of the haters is almost laughable. A 3-year-old can figure this out. I mean, you would think, Sassy, you would think. That would be awesome, Erin Hack. Would love to see that. I love Sean Murph. Go to the corner. Well, here he is. Here he is. Hang on. Let me put you on here. Here he is, everyone.
Hey, Dylan, what's happening, man?
I wasn't sure if you could come on. You're a star now.
Yeah, I'm not a star.
Well, I'm not sure. That was great to see you yesterday going into court, my friend. That was great.
It was good. Wait a minute. There we go. I'm not used to doing it on my phone, so it's a little difficult. I'm at work this morning.
It's all good. I won't keep you. I know that.
That's okay.
But I wanted to ask you about what was it like the experience in court yesterday?
It was definitely interesting. I paid money to go in there and watch Alan Jackson at work and David Yannetti.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just to see that's such a small courtroom and see it up close and personal. It was like watching a LA Law or Law and Order or something.
Yeah, I love it. But what was it like? We have audio issues in the court, for instance. We hear the breathing, could you hear all the stuff that we hear on streams in there? What was it like, the audio and stuff?
All I know is the next time I go to court, I'm bringing a can of WD-40. I'm going to give it to Bev for her squeaky chair because it squeaks the whole entire time.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't notice the heavy. My opinion yesterday, I thought we saw a different judge yesterday.
Yeah, I agree.
I think maybe she got wind over the weekend that people are watching, and we saw a different judge and some of the way she was treating the defense and the way she actually shot down a couple of Lally's, what are they called? Objections, and it was a good day in court. It really was. It was interesting. I actually wish I was there today because today's going to be interesting too.
Well, it's half day today as well, isn't it? So...
It's a half day today. I believe they might be talking about Caitlin this morning. I mean, they maybe, and then they're going to finish with Good. People were confused yesterday what happened with Good. So what happened was it was 3:45, and they started going over the police report. And I think Bev realized that this is going to take forever, so she wanted to do the thing with Lank first. So she did with Lank. So they'll probably start with Good today and then go right into Lank.
It's amazing. Yeah. But it's interesting because we're in a situation where these photographs where we shouldn't even be here. It should just be in.
Yeah. I know.
And if she hadn't even, all she had to say is, well, yeah, we're not that much friendly, but we're friends. Done.
Yeah. I know. I think they overthought it. Like, I mean, in the real world, she should have came and said, "Yeah, we're friends," and this is what happened.
Yeah. But end story. But
I don't think they'll get her on any perjury charges. I listened to a bunch of attorneys, and they said, she didn't say they weren't friends. She, so she didn't really lie. She just downplayed it. But that's going to hurt her. That's going to hurt her testimony even more because she downplayed it.
It's her credibility that it's going to hurt. Where she should just have been truthful at the start and just said, "Yeah, 8 months ago we were at the christening or whatever it was, baby shower, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever." No one would have cared. The jury would have been like, now the jury are left to think, photos? What photos? And now there's more photos, and then obviously social media went erupted with different photos over the weekend, and it's like,
As I watch this trial, I say to myself every time, thank God social media wasn't around when I was younger.
Oh man, yes, I know. I totally
But,
agree with you, by the way.
Yeah. So, it'd be interesting. I posted something on Twitter. I forgot to tag you in it. I tagged a bunch of people. Go look at it. The prosecution is putting their case together, but you would think it's the defense that's putting the case together right now. And one news station, NBC 10 Boston, they do a show every night at 7:00 called Canton Confidential. And they did a half-hour show last night, and it was one of the fair reportings and talking about that exact same thing. You don't see that much on mainstream media.
No, the Commonwealth should be well ahead now, and the defense should be catching up. It's not. The defense are like, well, you could even say at worst they're head-to-head, because people, like Emily Baker said, she's absolutely confused. It's like, where's the evidence? Peter Trago said last night, he goes, I don't know which way I lean because I haven't seen anything. It's like, it's ridiculous, So,
well, look, you got Liza Little, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson, and then you have Lally. I mean, I don't know Lally. He might be a good assistant DA somewhere down the road, but he's an assistant DA for a reason. If he was as good as them, he'd be in his own practice.
I think we were discussing yesterday, and we all think the same thing, that he's basically been lumbered with this. I think it's like, you do this, if you don't do this, you're sacked. I think it must have been something like that. I don't think his heart's in this. I think if he was in a lie detector, I think, and he said to him, do you think Karen's guilty? He'd be like, no, I don't. Do you know what I mean? I generally don't think he believes she's guilty. He has to do it, which is terrible.
He's definitely.
Go on.
He's definitely stressed because during lunch yesterday, all he did was sit on the courtroom steps and riff butts yesterday. That's all he did. It's stress. I smoke, so I don't give him a hard time, but literally right on the courtroom steps, he's smoking cigarettes before going back into court.
I can only imagine the stress. He's got no support.
Yeah.
Normally, when the Commonwealth or state, whatever you want to call them, are prosecuting, you've got at least 3 lawyers, at least. With them, it's such a big case. It's just him. Yeah. It's just him doing. It's just him up there. Normally, there's a huge team around them, but no one wants to put their name to it, I don't think. So it's literally just him. So,
and so people know. Like I know there's some media outlets saying that Karen pays us and organize all this. Yesterday was actually the first official day I met Karen.
Oh, all right, okay.
So I never met her. So I get to hang out and chat with her for 10, 15 minutes, and her mom and dad. Everybody in there is super nice, and they're super grateful, and they're super full of gratitude for all the people that are outside. That's all they kept talking about. All the YouTubers, everyone that's supporting them, they kept talking about it all day.
That's great. Because Kelly messages me now and again. We chat on occasions and stuff like that. Obviously, she dunked all over you in the popcorn competition. She literally pushed like, oh, bang. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
But by the way, that was great, by the way, what you did there with popcorn.
People think I finished third, but I'm the one that put the competition together. I finished first. We get third. We get over $30,000 worth of popcorn. And over $15,000 for Karen's defense fund.
Yeah, all credit.
And I'll finish third to Kelly every day. Second to Nick, I don't like that. And I love Nick, but second to Nick. That was my goal, not to finish second to Nick, not to finish behind Nick, but I failed.
No,
but that's okay.
It's great to see the banter, but also all credit to you for what you've done there and raising that money. Yeah. We're just saying now, Elizabeth was saying that she believes it's probably costing her $3 million for Karen. Do you know what I mean? To pay everything is her estimate, and we've raised what's been raised 300,000. So
yeah. So what people don't realize, and they might realize, but a lot of people might not realize. So they're here all week, every day. Karen's paying for them to be here every day, paying for them to. They have to stay here. Their hotels need to be paid for. Their meals need to be paid for. It's not a small change. Then we haven't even talked about the experts that are going to be flying in.
No.
So,
hang on. Dana said something here. Where's Dana?
I can't see the chat on my phone.
No, that's what I miss sometimes. Dana says, Paul, get back to work.
No, actually, he said, I see what he said in there, and that's funny is I never ordered any popcorn for myself. I forgot.
Well, there we are. What can you do with it?
That's all right.
But no, so one last question I have for you, because I know you're in work and stuff like that. But in terms of we watching the 911 call and stuff like that, right? It was very choppy. It was very choppy here to listen to it. What was it? What was the sound like in court? Did you
Oh,
actually hear
you could hear it. You could hear it clear as day in court.
Good.
Yeah.
And what was it? Did you see the reaction of the jury? How? Because Grant Smith Ellis is saying they're all gunning for Karen, giving Karen daggers. What Grant's like. So what was the reaction like?
The reaction, some of them, they were all paying attention. There was a juror issue yesterday that it wasn't broadcasted, and they had to talk to a juror a couple times. But we don't know anything about it. But one thing I don't understand, and Bev has done this in the past, is a lot of the family, O'Keefe family, was crying during the 911 call, and all the jurors can see that. In the past, Bev has instructed the other family, if you're going to cry, you have to leave the courtroom, because that's not a good look, that they're looking at. And I get it. I'm not picking on the O'Keefes at all, but that's what I saw. The jurors seems mostly engaged. There's a couple that maybe would rather be elsewhere. But I always say, listen, they found all those people that are willing to do this for 2 months. We're not going to get to the cream of the crop. People that could take 2 months off of work. But there's a guy in there that I believe, I don't know anything about any of them, but one of them might be a doctor, maybe not, I don't know. And so, but they seemed engaged. But you can see the difference when Lally talks and David or Alan talks. That you can tell they're paying attention. They feel the same bombs we do. I watch the pens go when they're talking. So
that's good to know. That's good they're paying attention as well. Listen, I'm going to leave you go because we're about to start back up. But anytime you want to jump on, Paul, any day, jump on.
I was telling Dana and Tracy it was hard yesterday because I was going to try to hop on in between lunch, but literally you get about 35 minutes and run and get something to eat and come back. So I didn't have a chance. But I think I'm going to be there Friday, and I'm just going to be hanging out outside. So maybe during lunch I can jump in on Friday.
Yeah, we're here over lunch anyway, so it's actually quite nice if people just do jump on because it fills the time. So we had Dana yesterday.
How's our buddy Sean doing? I know he had to shut down for a day or two or a week. Is everything good?
Yeah, it's just he hasn't got power on and off all the time with the builders.
Oh, okay, good.
So that's why it's frustrating for him. It's frustrating because this is the time for him to have his flowers. Do you know what I mean? It's like talk about tail light and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping he's going to join us tomorrow via phone, but like just talking rather than being on screen. So, but yeah.
All right, good.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much. I'll just say, three of you, welcome. Pop in 5-10 minutes, whatever you want, any day. Thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it, Dylan. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody.
Sorry, mate. Take care, bud.
All right, bye-bye.
So that was really good insight as well from Paul. He was in court there yesterday, which is always good to hear what's going on in court. Rita's informing young jerks about it as well, which is good when she was there. Right, I know, chat, I'm way behind now. But it doesn't matter. That was really good insight. Thank you to Paul. Resisting the Silence, please make sure the link is in the description box. Please make sure you go and follow them. They're great people, down to earth, blue collared. I love them. They're great. LJ, how are we doing? Hope you're well, LJ. It would be nice if Lally would give us a calendar event so I can request Gemma Cabe's day off instead of I'm going to have some illness. Christy, I love it. Hopefully we do know. Hopefully, when it comes to it, you might have a sick day because at certain points we'll probably know. It'll probably get leaked or something. So thank you for that. I love that. Good morning, Lona. Sean's not like TB, so he stayed away from it. Now he can separate the two, and he credits TB for getting the story out. So he's very similar to me then, Erin. Very similar to how I was, Erin. It'd be good to have a chat with him. We'll try and get him on to have a chat with him. Maybe just do a weekend or something with him. I'm not sure. Someone close to this case just told me that there was a family graft done by a supporter and that Bev is related to the McCabe's by a cousin's marriage. Not trying to start rumours, but does anyone else? There's something, but I don't know what it is. I don't know personally, LJ. Tony, how you doing, fella? And people say we're not in the Matrix. I know. Mimi, Erin, God works in mysterious ways. You're right. Cynthia, how you doing, my darling? Brenda, good morning to you. Dana, good morning to you. LJ, she has a cottage on the Cape near the McCabe's cottages, but not sure if it's confirmed yet. Good morning to Paul. Hey, Dylan. Hey, Chris from Australia. How are you doing, Chris Medallion? Hope you're well. Baseball dad from Indiana. Love it. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hey, Paul, you look sharp in core. Sorry, guys, I didn't see these questions. Get back to work. Lightning Leaf Boston has the interview on what Karen said is on their webpage. She was talking about listening to the 911 calls. Sean is at Bank of Boston or Bay Bank. Morning, Patty. How are you doing, my darling? Mimi, thanks for the clarification. Hello, Josie, my darling. How are you? Stop and Shop and Grant. I know. That was, I'd only just seen that. Lightning Leaf posted it yesterday. It's going to hurt her for life. No one will fully believe it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Even Matt Moore now acquitted everything, but people still think he did it. Mike Bradford. Hello, Mike. How are you doing, fella? Good morning, the Land Group. Good morning to you, Mike. Right. Sorry, I did. Why aren't you hitting the button? It's free. Thank you, Rolling Stone. Look at you. Donna says it was an amazing show. Morning, Mike. Dream Team versus. So I'm just going to skip everyone's here that I am not seeing. Hello, Susanna. Suzanne, sorry, not Susanna. How is Italy? And Susanna, you are the woman that gave away free something about your place in Italy or something. So well done, you. If the prosecution has not proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, then the jury must find her not guilty regardless. You think, Chris, but we know how that works, don't we, Chris? Zachariah's back in, emojis. Darcy, he has no choice. They fire him. Yeah, I think so, Darcy. I do. Hi, Dana. Right. I think I said hello to Darcy, Dana. Paul never got any himself. I should have asked him if he liked slam. My kids ate the popcorn in 2 days. We didn't get him in the UK, so yeah, people don't understand this, but literally every hotel room, every meal, every minute, Karen has to pay for it. It's got it's millions upon millions of dollars. So did you think the Sally Port video was dark on purpose? Could the people in courtroom see? Bollocks. Sorry, Wicked Side. We'll ask him. He's coming back on Friday. That's a really good question, Wicked Side. Sorry. I was just trying to concentrate on Paul rather than going through questions. Sorry. Apologies. That's a really good question. Bollocks. I might message him that separately. I'll message him and see what he comes back with. Hello, Darcy. Right, Kerry. Hello, Kerry Connor. Morning, Ronnie. How are you? Good morning from another airport. Hey, mighty meat. Brother from another mother. How you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Yes, that is live, so it's fine. I'm very well, thank you, Chris. Good morning to you, Kerry. Third time is a charm. MJ, oops. I hit high level by accident. Don't worry, it's all good, MJ. I think we all know the answer. Hey, Den, how you doing, fella? I know you sent me something. I've showed you pictures. I know there's a video. I'll play you on the break or something, Den. Thank you, my friend. Dana says, smash that button for the. Thank you, Dana, my friend. Stop and Shop, delivering red solo cups. Absolutely. Shop Mom, good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Jack. Good morning to you, Shop Mom. Good morning to you, Sea Dog. Hey, thanks for your contribution as always, Sea Dog. Is very, very, very good. Lamb. Our Jews do not always apply the law correctly and judge based on their gut rather than facts of the case, which is very frustrating. This could still go either way. Yeah, we don't know until the end. We don't know until the fat lady sings, do we? It's frustrating. The only thing I'll say is we don't normally see the defense still be in the running at this point. Do you know what I mean? So, Shelley Ortiz, hello, Medallion. How are you, Shelley? Thank you again for the coffees yesterday. I appreciate you. Brenda says, I hope the O'Keefe's family start to see what. Well, people interestingly were saying on Twitter that they believe that Paul and his wife and the father, Paul's father, are I think they sort of understand now, but the mother maybe not so much. Hello and welcome in. Bullocks, I might use that in sentence today. Hello, Maureen from Mexico. How we doing? Dennis is the man. Dennis is the man. There's part of me that wishes Dennis gets a day in court. I'd love to see that. Yesterday I thought, yeah, I know. So Di covered it. He said it. I felt so stupid afterwards because I do know there is some stuff that's been recorded through CCTV. But I thought, was that? No, it's a reflection from court. I felt so dumb afterwards. Please God, no more first responder with us today, lol. I think it's definitely, hello, my darling. I think not. I think we are good, then Lank, but we got emotion as well. I'm not sure in which order they're taking it. The motion about the photographs and stuff. So we'll see. But it was big. This bit was big yesterday, this part. I'll play it.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes.
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
That's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it.
Is shattered? Yes. Boom, bomb. Shouldn't say that word on here. Boom. That's fine. They shattered it themselves. I know we try to backtrack afterwards, but the hay is out of the barn. Unlucky friend. Dana picks out the dinner at the petting zoo. Did you figure out? No, Erin did. Erin figured something out. It's to do with the finance world. She'll say it again. I've lost it now. But Erin did a detective work, and she said something. It's something to do with finance. I have no idea what it means, though. Karen Reed. JD, hey, everyone. Can't wait to see Lank on the stand. Yes. So this could be good to start off with, and then Lank, unless we start off with emotion. But we need more responders to confirm that it was snowing that night. I know. I was saying this to Dana yesterday. It's like, at the end of the day, you're from Boston. You know what the weather's going to be like. What are you doing? Di boy, Brown Da, good afternoon. Dylan, glad I could help out yesterday. Back at work today, unfortunately. Di, everyone's very complimentary towards you. Thank you, sir, for that. And just must remember, please send your love to Sean. He is watching on replay. He does look at the chat. He's like that. Oh, so-and-so said, wish me luck and stuff like that and whatever. He sees it all. Sean sees the chat. So send your love to Sean. I know that he's going to love seeing your comments as he watches on replay and stuff. So, shattered. The tubes were shattered. Hey, Di. I don't know yesterday's guest, Di, spell it, background, but I liked that you had him on. He did great. He did. Where's Welsh, Dana? He's Welsh like me. So I'm not sure what Di's background is either, but I know that he is an OG old guard with Turtle Boy. He used to jump on Turtle Boy streams. So 6, 7, 8 years ago, whenever Turtle Boy came out. So Di's a good lad and he's Welsh. I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. Stereophonics for you, I think. Cynthia, my darling, hello. Thank you, Cynthia, for the super chat. Thank you very much. And yes, free Karen Reed there. I don't know if I did or not. That was my guess. Well, I mean, it was a good guess, though, to give you credit. Eldon, top of the morning to you, Delana. Hello to Sean in beautiful Naples. Thank you, Eldon. Appreciate you. The Sally Port shenanigans are beyond incredible. Sean and Peter were spot on. And as I said at the start of this, people mocked Sean, especially. But he's like, to them now. If they solve it, you can question all the collected evidence. Oof, excuse me, something went through me there. Financial investment advisor and a college professor. Cynthia, thank you for the super chat. Yes. KR said Alan J is the pullback, I think. Pullback is a financial term in trading, like an underdog company. That is the only guess I have because I work in financials too, Kerry Connor. I mean, some people would doubt that you actually work, though, Erin. I mean, you're in every stream, so I'm not sure. Joking. Buenos dias, El Jefe. He'll love that. Generally, he does try and keep it. He just can't watch live because he's having work done. But I know he looks at the chat. It starts now. It should be open. But normally, once Bev comes in, they go live, Elizabeth. But it should be happening now. So they're late starting. Catatonia. I thank the Lord I'm Welsh. Yeah, that's a great song, Di. Great song. Where are you located now? Where are you from? What's your accent? I'm annoyed with people calling you a Brit. Hey, Robin. And by the way, Robin's the one that did my background. Where am I located? I'm located in Wales, like South Wales. But yeah, I've lived all around Wales. I've lived in Glasgow, lived in Dublin, Cardiff, everywhere, all the big cities except for England. But yeah, now I'm back in Wales, South Wales. My accent, it's like South West Walian accent. Yeah, people call us a Brit, but no, I'm Welsh. I call myself. People would say I'm from the UK, but no, I say I'm from Wales. I'm proud to be from Wales, and I'm Welsh. And English, as I say, is my second language. Welsh, Cymraeg yw y iaith gyntaf fi. So that is, Welsh is my first language. So sometimes you have to bear with me. I say words incorrectly, because I have to think it's not my first language. So I hope people understand English is not my first language. So sometimes I might get some words wrong. So love what email. Boom. Trisha, my darling, how are you? Erin Hack, I thought she said Ellis is a toolbar. I love it. Cynthia, miss Sean, miss you, smash the like, good people. Yeah, Sean, I hope he's back next week. Wendy's in the house. You are doing great, and I'm sure you miss your psychic. I miss him so much, Wendy. You wouldn't believe it. I'm gutted for him because obviously everything going on personally, but I'm gutted that he's not here to take his flowers. You know, yesterday was a huge day for Sean, and I wish we were here to celebrate him. That's why I'm like, make sure you shout him out in chat. You know, he's the man. Sean is the man. You know, So yeah, I can't say any more good stuff about him. Sean knows how much I really, really, I feel blessed. I generally do feel blessed that he's even streaming with me. So yeah, I don't underestimate him. And thank you, Wendy, for the super chat. Sorry, I nearly forgot about it. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing my stuff on Facebook as well. I appreciate that as well. No worries, Robin. We call him Paddington. This is Erin Hack, calls me Paddington. And that's Erin's taco up there. Good morning. Where's Sean? Sean's away this week. Well, most of the week. I'm hoping he's phoning in. We can get him to phone in tomorrow, hopefully, at lunchtime or something, to give his thoughts. Because today, I don't know when the break's going to be. So I'm hoping tomorrow lunchtime, if available, he can give us a call to give his thoughts and everything. But he's having work done on the house, which means his power is off on, and all the time. Scratchy Itchy, I'm wondering if the Commonwealth will dismiss the charges just before or after Gemma Cave testifies. That's a good question. I just think if they take it this far, then they're all in. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think the judge is going to give a directed verdict, but I agree with Paul. I think there was a different judge there yesterday. That would have been much better, Kerry Con. Your English is great, Dylan. Park the car in Harvard Yard. Park the car in Harvard Yard. I'm not sure if I did that right. I know park the car in Harvard Yard. I have no idea if I've done that right. Good morning to you, Murph. Listening but can't chat. No worries, Murph. Lovely to see you, Murphy. Bombshell. What happened to Sean? I did answer that, I think. I did answer it. Yes, I did answer it. It's fine. Hey, Helena. We can start now. Helena's in the house. Handbasket. How are you doing, Helena? Hope you're well. No R. So if I do Park the car in Harvard Yard. Go and park the car in Harvard Yard. Park the car in Harvard Yard. I parked the car in the Harvard Yard. That's right. Hey, MJ. No R's. I parked my car in the Harvard Yard. I parked my car in the Harvard Yard. I parked my car in the Harvard Yard. I've no idea if I'm doing that right, but thank you for the super chat, Wendy. That was awesome. Shop, ma'am. Outstanding. There we are. Park the car. I don't say car. Park the car in the Harvard Yard. I love it. Thank you, Dana. Yes. What's this? From Erin Hack. There you go, Kerry. No R's. I do try. Try not the R's. Perfect. Mighty Beast sounds Scottish to me, but you stick in Detroit there. You stick it up in Detroit there, Mighty Meat. Sassy says you got it, Lan. Happy days. Let's go. Oh, I don't know where the bloody hell court is. Come on. Where's court? We need court. Let me just, because I want law and crime, so court should be. Let me just go into something else just in case. But no, it's live, so it can't be that. So there's other streams. I've got the fan going, so I'm not going into them. So we're fine. We're fine. We're doing great, people. We're doing great out there. How are we doing? We're doing great out there. Because I don't want to play the fun. I don't know, it makes people sick. So I'm just doing it like this instead because I'll just go see some of the streamers. Yeah, most streamers have the fan going, but we're not going to bother with that. We're just going to go with law and crime. There's no fun. Don't fret, the land. Even big Hollywood actors have a hard time with the accent. There you go. There you go. There's no I in the car. Park the car. I park my car in the Harvard Yard. I park my car in the Harvard Yard. It could be earned, maybe, the fan of justice. People are saying that they just feel sick every time they see the fan go around, so I'm trying to avoid streaming the fan. But it doesn't matter. We got law and crime. Let me just make sure I've got it there then instead. So hang on. Let me just go on Twitter as well. Because once Ted Daniels says we're live, then we know we're live. Ted Daniels just says good morning. Yeah, he has not said anything about being live yet. And Grant's not there today. My paternal grandmother was from Bristol. I needed subtitles to understand her when I was a kid. So Bristol is very much like in the country. We're from Bristol, the country. It's very hard. It's very hard English. It's very. I can't even say it. But it is. Yeah, it's a tough language. Dana says, I created a monster. You're the best. Thank you, Dana. I love it. Any recommendations? I'll always give something as a try. I might get it wrong, but I'll give it a try. Got to clip your vowels more. Clip your vowels more. Yeah, Ka. Pa me ka. Park me car. I'm gonna park me car. Park your car. Park me car. Park the car. I park the car. I park the car. That should be close enough. Why are they always late to begin? I don't know. That's a good thing, Julie. It's a nuisance. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. You know, but when they do come live, bang, they're ready. There must be some issue, some sidebar or something, but they still should be going live. Vice's chart nicknamed the fan Ceiling Dion. It took me a second to go Ceiling Dion. What? Celine Dion. Wait, no R's at all. I thought it was just no hard R's. I know. Sorry, Monster. You created something here. You're nailing the accent, Delan, better than Martin Sheen in the Departed. His was awful. Bev's late on a half day yet. I think she's probably there, but it's more of they might be having issues. Or like Paul interestingly said that he spoke to the jurors yesterday a few times, which we didn't see. They stopped to speak to the jurors. So there might be something to do with the jury. Speculation, I have no idea. Park the car. Park the car. Park the car. Park the car. I like your accent, that you don't need to change. Last word. I like trying the different things, though. Good morning, Delan. Good morning, Fartbox McGee. Great Boston accent. Enunciation, you're a non-muscle in my book. Thank you. I can't wait. I want to come out to Boston. I love America. I genuinely love America. But I've been to like Las Vegas a few times, been to New York, New Jersey, had a wedding in New Jersey. Beautiful. So done some of the rural aspects of it. Love Vegas, but I definitely want to come out to, to Boston and a few other places. Oh, here we go. She's here. Thanks, Leisha.
All persons having any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Do I need to give you attendance? You shall be heard. State of Commonwealth, Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, we'd rather you have us waiting than. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Good, please?
Hello, Paige. Lovely to see you, Paige. Lovely to see everyone else. I've made Miss Warrior Ma'am as well. Good morning to you. We're just getting started now, Paige. I stayed by Stewart Airport in New Jersey. Lovely spot. Right. I'm going to shut up now.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. Right. We all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department. The exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan you put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the sally points, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
Oh, come on, people. What are we doing? Sorry, I just got to cover this lawn crime sign because we're not supposed to advertise it. So I did up the volume, so hopefully it's okay for you guys. The caption said flipped. We'll listen to it in a bit. I'll try and tee it up. Does anyone know what time frame it was? I don't remember the time of it now. Sergeant Shaw, yes. I need to look at it to see. Has anyone got timestamp? Happy days, good. I've upped the volume. Everything should be fine. Fine, perfect. For some reason it was down. I don't know why, but it's. Oh, Dad's back. Good to see him back. He's not cocky this morning, no. Sarah P's in the house. Links lady is here. Yeah, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell on the way in. Can you put the link for the coffee stuff as well? I'll pin it then. Thanks. They've not unmuted. This is the court. Excuse me.
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
Few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Blank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF?
Yes.
Call 22-449?
Yes.
Date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08?
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, oh, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
exposed,
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
P? Yes. P? Yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those 2 documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Could I see those, please? Sir?
I missed that. I want to get some biscuits. So I missed what she just did there. There is change the report. They changed the BH and BA phone numbers because they destroyed the phones and even got new numbers. They did Canton PTs a corrupt shambles, we know it. They need a massive, massive overhaul and investigation. Hey there, Erin Hack. Bev prompting Lally to object, so corrupt. With or without gravy. Grant's not there. No, Grant's not there, Tony. He says he's got some stuff to do with university or something like that. I mean, guys, listen. Canton PD need to be overhauled. It's the corrupt as corrupt can be. And the trial, Tina says the trial is off like a herd of turtles. I missed that bit because I was getting... I know what you mean. I know what you mean now. Sorry, Chrissy. I get your joke now. Because I was getting biscuits. You said the gravy. Biscuits and gravy. Mine's chocolate biscuits, though. I love how attentive she is. She's looking, she's listening. And I love that Jackson and Yannetti always come back and show the respect to tell her exactly what's happening. Joni, I agree. And you know what? We need to show it. But my thing is we're showing the corruption. Let's make sure the Karen gets off, and then let's make sure we overhaul the whole system in Campton. Tim said earlier on, it's corrupt. It's not nice. But yeah, let's showcase it and let's get it done. Why the hell is he parking in my spot? Oh no, it's okay. That's fine. He can. Canton PD isn't much different than others in the area. This is why so many on Can't Read bandwagon early on. Yeah, you got this, Can't Read, Birchmore. It's all coming out. That's why the FBI are involved, hopefully. For objection, that's sustained, but they don't bother to tell us what basis. So thank you, MJ. Appreciate that. Burkhardt was saying on Twitter that the reason she's not asking for speaking objections is because it helps or she's laughing at least, it helps the Commonwealth if they want to appeal the decisions or something. Right, I'll shut up there. Oops. Wicked Sykes said that towns people voted for an audit to the police department. The people in town government are dragging their feet. It's disgusting, though. Wicked. Disgusting. They need a massive audit. But I can guarantee you, unless that audit is done by external parties, it's going to be corrupt as hell. Biscuits like cookies. Well, these aren't cookies. These are biscuits. These are McVitie's digestives. Eric says, Ronnie, at least the other PD discipline officers occasionally, David. Yeah, well, look, we got some issues in the UK, as well. Like some of my Buy Me Coffee members who are on Discord now, we play some corrupt UK stuff, the police department in the UK and how corrupt they are. It's diabolical. Joyce says, this whole case needs to be doused. They have a biscuit monster in the UK. They do, Tony. They do. I got my nieces staying in school today. They're staying with me tonight. So after this finishes, I'll be dashing off to have dinner with them. And let me tell you, the Biscuit Monsters come out to play this weekend. David, years some do, other PDs suffer from the same route. David, yes, it's me. The Commonwealth had no idea what this case would become. No, don't think anyone did. Well, unless Turtle Boy exposed it all, we wouldn't be here. Well, we'd be here, the case would be happening, but you know what I mean.
Mr. Lally? I'm sorry, there's one of.
Hello, beautifully appropriate. Nice to see you. I do see you popping in now and again, but I always miss you, I seem to. Hello, how are you doing, my darling? Sea Dog Lorna, yes, they're not used to defending us with financial resources, yes. But even this, it's going to cost millions of dollars. Wicked site. It's an outside independent audit, but town government and committees with police affiliation want to be the ones to select who does the audit. No shit, Sherlock. It's all corrupt. It is one there.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Hood. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton?
Yes.
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
On the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir.
Cool.
Just do it like that. Where's the envelope? Can you set that up? Published the two photos, I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
22. Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here.
I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder.
Sure.
Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Or report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay. And there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in. When the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Freaking shit show.
Yeah, they're all follow me, all rise, jury out.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please? All right. So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand.
Okay, and that can't happen.
Understand.
So fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All right, please.
The judge, excuse my French, but the judge can shut the fuck up. She is the one that's caused all this. She's the one that made the Commonwealth and the defense to renumber everything. This is the reason we're delaying is because of the judge. What she says is no one's fault, defense. No, you're right. It's not the defense or the Commonwealth. It's your fault, Judge. It's yours because you keep having sidebars, you keep asking people to object without giving speaking objections, so no one knows what the hell's going on. You now have told everyone to number all the exhibits before trial, so everyone did it. Now you've just changed your mind in the middle of trial to say, no, I want to change it all again. These people are busy. They're in the middle of court. They're in the middle of a trial, sorry. She treats it like a game. It's all her fault. Jesus Christ. I didn't expect to have to swear so early in the morning. There you go, Erin. Erin Hack. I'll go, you cookie monsters. Sorry, I missed some people here whilst I was doing that. Oh, Heather's here. Oh, so the lovely cookie monster done. Who is whispering on live mic? Oh, yeah, I don't know. So the original report for the charging dock didn't have a pic of the tail light, and it was added to the later version. Is that I think will come clear. I think you might be right, but I think it'll become clear now once we actually see it. Who found that piece and who took the picture? Good question, T-Bone. Hello, T-Bone. Though, WTF, I hit the absolute wrong pole answer. You're not the only one, don't worry. Yeah, nice to see you, my darling. My true answer is less than incompetent. So the polls are just something for me to do as a laugh. I need to take this one down. This is a clusterfuck, yes. I agree, Tina. Yeah, what now? What F, Bev? She does not know what she's doing. Oh, this is BS. I have never seen a judge more pathetic in my entire law enforcement career. I agree, Elizabeth. They've never seen such nonsense. Dana, you're right. Maureen says she can't stand when the defense is heading towards discrediting the Commonwealth. Good point, Maureen. Bev, get yourself together, ma'am. She needs to. It's all her fault. This is her court, so this is all her fault. Eldon, this is beyond corrupt. It is impossible for this to happen. Unreal. How can the jury follow this? It can't, Tina. That's the point. They just can't. This is a mess. Why is she doing Lally's job? Because Lally doesn't even want to do it, I don't think, Kerry. Joni says, there's shit all over the place in that room. Yes. Oh, shut up. Shit show, repetitive evidence. I know. Stop taking breaks, Bev. Well, then stop interrupting. Ronnie, you're right. Let's squander it by telling everyone how many people cleaned the apron. Commonwealth wasted days on cleaning or clearing snow, tampering with evidence and getting rid of evidence as they were doing it. Says a woman who never met a sidebar that she doesn't like. Good Lord. You make me laugh. You've taken their time. There shouldn't even be a trial. Absolutely, Eldon. Maureen said, why didn't you say that when Lally wasted hours talking about the weather? Yes. She wants to move things forward. Sidebar after sidebar. Yeah. They have to have sidebars now because she won't let them object properly. It's stupid. She doesn't want anything on the record. Yakety Sax playing in the background. Shit show, she's a mess. I agree, Dylan. Ridiculous. Yes, Joni. She's also trying to discredit the defense in front of the jury. No shit. There you go. If I was the jury, I'll be wondering what the hell is the judge trying to keep from us in the police report. Yeah, it's interesting, MJ. It's very interesting think about this from the point of a jury. What are the jury actually thinking right now? It's not what we think and what it doesn't matter what we think. It's what are they thinking? They must think it's a mess, disorganized. And you're right. Somebody said they're making the defense look unorganized. Where it's like, really? But to the jury, is that what's going across? I would be interested, to hear what they think. Obviously, we can't, but because remember, they don't see what we see. So, Chris, I think she was talking about the prosecution when she mentioned repetitive evidence. They spent so much time the last few days, going over and over the same evidence with different witnesses. Yeah, maybe. And the weather, as someone mentioned. I had to take dogs out. What did I miss? Just a sidebar and her roasting the attorneys for wasting time when in fact she wastes more time than anybody. Di says Bev is in full. I caught myself. I caught myself before I said the CUNT word mode today, and she's blaming others for her own incompetence. This is taking too long. Let's take a recess. She's a vile reptile. Yes, I also started late as well. Wicked Sight, when was that picture taken? It wasn't the morning of the incident or that evening where the first taillight pieces were reported to be found. Di sort of covered this. Actually, he might have covered it already. Di, I think, knows this answer. Plus, she has a sidebar every time. Yes. Signethel. I'm going to go play back. No worries. Okay, then we are going to Florida. Seatbelt on. Cannot wait to... Joni! Thank you. We're on the way to Florida. Let's go, Joni. Let's go. Have a safe trip, Joni. Have a safe trip. I can't wait to be on the journey with you. Whoa. Watch turbulence. Whoa. Watch the turbulence. Hopefully you're getting them. Safe journey. There you go. Erin Hack 1 she gets. I'm peed at the sidebars as some kind of alcohol. I believe the Commonwealth has admitted that the phone that took the taillight pic was lost and the original metadata isn't available because that's when the Brian other thing he comes into it, I think. The phones are in there. They were Sea-Dog was speaking about it. Sea-Dog is here speaking about it. You said that before yesterday as well. The judge OCD on the reports keeps interrupting the defense. Yes, there we are. Di said we could say, here we're back. Joni bring a generator to Sean. Sounds like he needs one. Yes. Man, I just rewound quarter hit boss. Well, they say mash.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
That's the two shits.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But you, in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well.
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
With the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date of that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street, and the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time to clear off the windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
You had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Lally jumped straight in there. Lally panicked.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
This is gonna. Oh, we're in trouble. Lanky's gonna burst his bubble. Yeah. Oh, Michael Lank. I'll pull that in ready. She needs to rule on some stuff as well for this. So she's done this. So I think what's happening here, guys, is that in some courts you're allowed to direct, cross, and then a redirect, and some courts don't allow a recross. And what I've seen from this court is she doesn't allow a recross, but she allows a couple of questions if they have anything. So I don't personally agree with that. I think it should be the same for both sides. But I think that's what she's alluding to. She's not really wanting them to do a recross. Some courts do that, and it drives me mad. So that's why she's saying, be brief. As if to say, I'm doing you a favor. I hate that. I didn't even hear what he said, actually. Fuck's sake, she's not allowing anything. I know. Very protective. Sing him. Hey. Oh, here we go. You just saved yourself from me singing. The jury are going out, I bet.
Oh, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the Localito brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last.
right, it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Localito. Yeah.
Go ahead from after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent resolution of the matter?
they were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah.
It
should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
Right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lapalitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lapalito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay. And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please. I mean, I'll let you have it in, but basically I'm not letting you have it in. So you can have what you want, but these are the things you can't go into, which basically lists everything. I didn't catch everything. There's just so much that she said that you can't get into. And you can't tie the Alberts into this. Well, I mean, they should be able to tie the Alberts into it, because 34 Fairview Road is pretty much a key piece of evidence here, and the players that live there and stuff like that. Yeah, so I don't know how they're going to deal with this. Luckily, I'm not an attorney, so as in, Jackson and Iannetti got this. But it's interesting, he did bite back a few times to the judge there, and she's like, well, he didn't object to Lali's questions. But Dave, she's not Dave. Well, there's Billy Ribbit Tibbets, he'd let her know. There's a lot of comments here. Gonna need Xanax, I know. Never seen such pathetic bias ever in a court of law. This is disgrace. It is bad. I mean, it does happen more than you think, but it's bad. It's bad. This is probably up there with the worst, actually. Is this normal? I've never known this to ever happen ever in any trial history. I mean, dodgy things happen. Unfortunately, dodgy things happen. I've seen bad things in court. Rules are made. I mean, this is bullshit, but I don't know what they can get into. That's what's confused me now. So what can they actually get into overall? It's just that there's a fight. As I say, I'm not going to worry about it because, Jackson is 100 times more intelligent than I am, so he understands it. But don't necessarily think that they got what they wanted here. Good point, Chopman. Good point. The brothers were intimidated once they said they wanted to file a complaint about the incident with CA and Lanky. But they allowed to even mention that, Joey. This is where I'm a bit confused what they can and can't say now. She's restricted them basically to bare bones. Let's not waste the time, but let's take a break. I'll tell you what you can say. Get effed, Bev. This is their case, not hers. Julie almost punched my work monitor. She's driving me wild. I give Karen and her team so much credit. Yeah. I don't know how they do, but they're used to it. I don't know how they do it. I haven't got the patience. But Jackson did bite back a bit right towards her, being like, hey, you allowed Lali to say these things. But then she came back with, well, he didn't object to his statement, so that's your own fault. So that might be a case of defense objecting a lot more now. But at the same time, maybe they didn't want to object because he's opened the door. That's the point. They didn't object because now, well, we can ask more questions. But she didn't allow that. It's as if it's fine for him to do something, I don't know. Maybe they Jeff. I don't know. Where's Billy Tibbet's buddy? He'd let no F off Beverly. Right, he said, I watched quite a few trials and have never seen anything like this. She doesn't want any corruption allowed. Karen does not say this. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Jeff says that annoys me so much. She asked for them and they got them. She's beyond biased and she isn't allowed anything. Well, it's interesting. She said, I've not had the police report. And they're like, well, give it to your staff. Give it to you. And she changed the tune then. Oh, well, you know. Piss off, Bev. She's way too controlling about what the defense presents. I agree. Can I block Dave? What's he done? You can block. Hey, you're a mod. You can block whatever you want. I have faith in the dream team. Yeah, I do as well. Look, they're clever. They. It's just frustrating. I get it. It's part of using CPD to protect the Albert family. Oh, lawyer's lawyer, yes. Well, the trouble is, Lally can't lawyer. That's why she's basically lawyering for Lally. Pretty ironic that although they are getting such pushback, but will still prove her innocence beyond a reasonable doubt. I agree with you, by the way, Shopman. My only concern is all this stop-start stuff and every sidebar that Bev keeps doing, because it confuses the flow of stuff. And I don't like the fact that there was like Good would have prepped last night. I don't like that. I wish we just finished his cross last night. We should have finished his cross instead of doing that Void Dyer, and then they'd been done then. But no, in a way, she helped him by saying, no, we're not going to do that. Go away, talk to some people, come up with some answers because you know what's coming now, and then come back on the stand. I think that he would have answered those questions the way he answered them had he not had time to prep. So I don't like that. Finish the witnesses if you can. Or, I don't know, but I think finish the witnesses. To be this angry. Who's the girl that looks like her sitting next to... if you mean to the left of John, that's his wife. I'm not sure who's to his right. The judge has been doing the Commonwealth's job for the very beginning and continue to do so. She's running interference. Yes, I agree. I agree with you, Elizabeth. I'm not sure if she's doing it deliberately or if she just feels sorry for Lally. Wait, is that really Karen's sister? No, it's not. No, it's not. Erin, you grounded for that. I saw on Facebook that it's Kerry Roberts' sister-in-law on his right and Paul's right. What's she doing there? Action Jackson, smooth like butter is a boss. Smooth like butter. But damn, she tied her hands pretty. She basically said, I'm going to allow you to bring her in, but you can't mention this, or this. I thought you meant me for a sec. No, you die. I totally end up in jail for contempt with Bev. Their daddy is Kerry Roberts' sister-in-law. She's part of the Clanton Soccerman Mafia there to intimidate the young witnesses. She's one of Peggy's angels. I need to know who the Karen lookalike is, DD. I have no idea, Dave. Are they saying that it was Kerry Roberts' sister-in-law on Paul's right, and on his left is his wife? That's all I know, Dave. I don't know. She's tired of babysitting Lally, and welcome for 8 months, Dave. She's tired of babysitting Lally. I did mean you, Dave. That's not Karen's sister. You were driving me crazy, Daddy Dave. You're supposed to have a fair playing ground. Bev isn't allowing it. Yesterday, I think she did well yesterday, but she's gone back to her old self today, it seems. Starting to suspect the clerk is really part of the corruption. Well, the team, anyway. Must be... He says she's Kerry's sister-in-law, right, Shop Mom? Remember, it was also charged with and didn't follow up on the several discovery items. I I'm not sure if it's a clerk or if it's one of the staff. It might be the clerk, you're right. Yeah, it is a clerk, you're right. Court reporter's the other one. Yeah, you're right. Erin Hack, yes, I forgot her name. She owns a business, Elise Kitchen, and is a realtor. Renee Roberts. Who's Jerry Roberts? Erin, I'm confused, and I have a senior citizen moment. Well, not John, he's in the ground, but Paul. Yeah. That isn't the first time the clerk didn't forward things to the judge. Maureen, we just been highlighted there, actually. I didn't even think about that. MJTC said exactly the same. They are all realtors, it seems okay, Renee Roberts. Kim, how, my darling? My response would have been, you didn't ask me if I wanted to object like you did with Lally. Yeah, he should have said, well, Your Honor, we were waiting for your big sigh or your cough, and he never came, so we didn't realise. We know you do that for the defence, for the Commonwealth. We thought you'd do the same for us. But good point, Kim. I like that, Kim. Kerry Roberts is the one who drove them to find John. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. That would have been epic. Dave, Kerry Roberts is one of the three men that found John. Yeah. Karen, John, and Jen. Okay. Does Auntie Bev need all these breaks to make phone calls to someone in the corruption circle? Not you, David, or Wendy, the Dave. Have you heard anything about Krieger? I tried to pull it up at 10 and nothing. Shelley's 10 o'clock, it's that time. So I'm probably going to record it, but 10 o'clock, it's that time is 1 o'clock Eastern time. I'm not going to do it live, but I will record it and I'll upload it afterwards. I've got no interest in watching it, to be quite honest with you, Shelley. I'm saddened by that trial. So, but yeah, I'll hopefully try and record it. Perhaps Aunt Bev's mood swings are from menopause. Twat waffle, Erin. Bev admonishes defense to hurry up, but she is the worst effect. She is, Tess. It's her court, and she is the worst. Like, you know the song, You're the Best Around. That's not about Bev. Simply the best. No one's ever said that to Bev. Better than all the rest. Never said to Bev. Bev's never had that song sang to her. Hey, Bev, you're simply the best. True. You're better than all the rest. Better than anyone.
Muted.
Shit. I thought someone was looking at me. We're back.
Court back in session, you may be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
Okay.
He's having building work done. Boston Russo. Building work done.
Just going to ask you to be mindful of step up and to remain standing. Sworn.
You solemnly swear the evidence you gave the court and jury in the case now and here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Morning.
Down a little microphone right up.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the detective bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition. And he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes.
And did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to once?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then with anyone else did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't hear it.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that...
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
After I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to see back in conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil.
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but After your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then, with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes.
And how was it done?
In my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes. Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used the leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
Yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Sergeant Lang, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple. Just press on that button and
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant Lang, with using that laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. At any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has found?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station by you?
By me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for a report offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it?
That's correct.
And then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what if any markings are on that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Ken, please?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-870F, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
And have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes.
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury. Thank you, sir. We can place it back in the bag. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as an next exhibit.
Yes. The 45.
Now, Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay. About how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Return to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2020, you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. It's actually just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
It's 46 and 47.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen. And, Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thanks. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can. If I may have.
Yes.
Further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure.
You should cover everything there, but no way this is missing morning of incident, especially the victim location. We sure shallow. I agree.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
he was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14.
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris and from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim.
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian.
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life.
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris.
Yes.
First names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer.
Yes.
At the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the 2 brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the incident.
No question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be named what?
Excuse me. Who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker?
I do.
And a colleague?
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Can you tell me one more time, and now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay. And you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed either, well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because it was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of.
So let's not describe that.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning. From I believe it's going to be the top one, anyways. That 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so, Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
I mean, it's there. It says Officer Good. Jesus. Bingo, house. Like butter. Jackson is smooth like butter. Multiple people testify no pieces. What the F?
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes.
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole.
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
Because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go out.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. Oh, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of him. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go play it. How's it? Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
On your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below.
Yes.
You may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. How's it? Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Seraph.
Go ahead.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Seraph right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
Pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. How's it? Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. How's it? Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. How's it? Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. How's it? At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
Wasn't? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jim McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs have.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated that he does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it.
Correct.
End quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a quote fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video?
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard?
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Jackson, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
The more objections, the better. Feed me the objections, Ali. Feed it to me, because the jury are going, why anybody with a small amount of common sense would be able to see, well, yeah, if there's a fight, it could have happened in the house. So why you keep objecting? Why is this guy being so evasive? Of course it could have happened in the house. Common sense would say it could have happened in the house. Keep objecting.
Ma'am?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been of confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there?
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises, a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was a reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing.
Correct.
Or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
This is that location.
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you know where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole? When I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together?
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
Yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well?
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None?
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we
eat stakes. You eat STAKES.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured.
Yes.
And available to anybody who wanted access to it.
Correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes.
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
Sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Yes.
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware of, at this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area.
6x6 or 7x7?
Roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong.
Yes.
Like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes. Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt in the snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't the sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't the crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple contributors to blood, multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into the, tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it?
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
Yes.
So we have tab 23. Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
As a matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute, please. Sure.
This is a joke. This is a joke. You've never used crime scene evidence. What are we doing here, people? Jackson has nailed everything. He's nailed it all. He admitted the house should have been looked at. They didn't do anything. They took Gemma Cave's word for it. She's the only witness they spoke to. It's all House of Cards have all been crumbling down. What a masterpiece. Now he's saying, oh, I'm not sure if that is the blood. I couldn't tell you. Oh, okay. What is it then? What a masterclass by him. Apparently 10-minute break for the jury. There's a 10-minute break for the jury right now. Ted Daniels says, if I was a teacher, I would want this jury in my class. Everyone appears to be paying attention, taking notes, and following questions and answers. That's good to know. They're all taking notes and everything. Oh my God. What are we doing here, people? It was bang, bang, nailed it. They got everything. The only thing we're not sure about the phone call. Got everything in. You didn't take the phones from them? No. No probable cause? Karen's happy. Karen's happy. See what is anything else coming up here. You would think Sea Dog, but you know what she's going to be like. You know what they're going to be like, Sea Dog. She's not going to just do that. Well, maybe she will. They're so rare these days. Do you know what I mean? Bev needs a break. Yeah, look, it's a travesty. Yes, it's not a joke. Do you know what I mean? This is her life. And like we said earlier on, Elizabeth saying that this has probably cost about $3 million. You know, we don't know, but it's probably in the millions. You don't recover from that, you know. Do you know what? I've seen one as well. I think there was one I've seen. I can't think of any more. Grunt has probably tweeted about how he's not there. He's not there. So he's probably not even watching yet. Agreed, Sea Dog. He's got that, Jill. Don't worry, Jill. He didn't go into it, Jill, because the records are not in yet. So they might be getting the records in another way. Again, it's just going to be another form of him lying. So I wouldn't worry too much. Jackson knows. So if they don't get it in through this witness, they'll get it in through another witness. I mean, they've just destroyed Lank. Just destroyed him. Just destroyed him. Stressful current. You know what? It is. It is, Cynthia. It's probably aged many years. I know she's, puts on a brave face, but she has been through hell. Even though, right, that we all know that she's innocent. I mean, look, she's innocent. Look at all this. The fact that she's got 12 people that are going to be like, having her life in their hands. Juries are so unpredictable. I mean, if this is a guilty, I couldn't even. I can't. Lank makes me sick to my stomach. Stressful for Carrie, yes. If she hadn't had the money, she'd probably have been convicted. The thing is, though, Tim, I don't think they have got the money. As in, they're going to be. Her parents, her family probably wiped out. They probably wiped all their savings, I would imagine. They probably pumped everything into this. Their parents have probably put everything they got on the line. They probably, I'm only speculating, but they probably remortgaged their house. They probably put everything just to fight for their daughter. So, no, stress isn't good. No, it's not good for anybody, but for MS, you're right. It's only going to get worse. Yeah. Imagine having to pay that money to uncover such a gross negligence. I agree. Yeah, Proctor, Jesus. This could be you or me or anyone scary. Gina, you're right. The camera guy just needs to... He's getting my nerves a little bit. Stop zooming in on Karen. And also, when there's an exhibit on the screen, stick with the exhibit. Don't go back and forward. Grant stepped out to puff for Dewey. No, he's not there, Big D. He's not there, Big Dog. He said that he's got class or something today. He's got some assignments he needs to do. So otherwise, you'd see they're probably all happy in there. The press are. They're probably like, Jesus, there's no smell here today. There's no grunt. There's no BO smell. Joe said, work is ruining my day today. Josie, do the defense have phone records show when the Lang was talking to her? Somebody's got it, Jill. The defense probably have it. Defense probably have records or something. They got to link it back somehow with somebody. I'm not sure. But they don't go into that questioning without with leaving it open. Do you know what I mean? They know. They know. Let's hope she gets back 10x. Yes. Well, I mean, she'll just sue. Just sue her. She seems jovial. She seems happy. She'll just have to sue everybody. And she's got every right, to sue everybody. Yeah, I agree, Mike. I agree. Who were the idiot? Normally there's someone like Mighty Meat. No, it's sometimes people misclick, Rick. Sometimes they misclick as well. So they'll be in debt for a long time. Hopefully not, Chrissy. Hopefully they sue and get it all paid for. Do you know what I mean? Hopefully. They don't care about how much damage they do to someone. As I said the other day, imagine how different this would be if she didn't have the money to pay for great attorneys. Yes. Cynthia, it's aged me watching her. Yes. What if found innocent? She'll recoup all. Yes. You'll see it, but she will feel it. I know firsthand. Yeah, I mean, anybody in that position, they're going to be stressed to the max right now because this is her life in the hands of 12 people. I miss it so much. Josie, you miss it. Today's a big day as well, and there's about half an hour left. Hoping that the Keefe family give Karen a big hug and say sorry after the trial. There's a lot of people, Rick, that think that they think she is innocent. Oh, who's that bearded guy that got in there instead of Paul O'Keefe's wife? Paul O'Keefe's wife's gone. Ooh. Helpful to Karen. There was a couple of times where his body language indicated he knew he messed up. He acknowledged that standard procedure. When I thought, yeah, I don't think he's definitely helped out too. Interrupts defense, but Lally can ask 1,000 weather questions. This is ridiculous. I know, Kerry. I know. I said it before and I'll say it again. This screams police audit. Dana, 100%. But somebody's saying that there's supposed to be police audit, but the police want to decide who's doing the audit. It's like, that's backwards. It doesn't work like that. Muscular sclerosis. Just Google it. Just Google what is MS, Tim. Multiple sclerosis. Sorry, multiple sclerosis. Google it and it'll tell you details of it. And Jefe better be watching. I've messaged him and he's not gone through, so I think he's out and about. But he's definitely gonna be watching chat. Definitely be watching chat. Missed a ton to Josie. I thought at the beginning he was leaning that way. Oops, here we go.
Jim. Paul, we're bringing them over. Yes, please.
Okay, the jury aren't there yet. They just wait for the jury to come back. Jack, hello. Canton Police is the process of being audited. Yeah, but I heard, Jack, that they can't decide who they want to audit them or something.
Please, please.
Jesus, he's, what poor guy.
Rise for the jury. Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lopalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lopalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched, and at that point I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point, and he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified of you?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender, and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street, and I said, call the police," and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know?
Yes.
Whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
There are some questions about on the cruiser cam video whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right. So it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area. And that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? You know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
I mean, that was a little bit. Oh, I think they'll probably, well, unless they go another witness. Unless they argue the motion. They might argue the motion now. They may do, because obviously, I don't think they're going to put any more witnesses on today. Well, they shouldn't anyway. No, 20 minutes to go. Everybody. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. Everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Everybody. Rock your body right. Back streets back. All right. So honestly, it's a good day. It's a good da 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 da. And I'm feeling good. Bam bam. Bam bam. Bam bam. And I'm feeling good. Bam bam. Bam bam. Bam bam. So we can all feel good. If I'm feeling good, we're all feeling good. Let's go. The mics are out. The dancing's going. Also, please remember to hit the like button. 170 odd people, 119 likes. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? So I always sing during breaks when I'm a little bit like, well, I'm not sure what else to do. I do like to sing. I just don't remember the words of songs. That's the only thing. Sadly, I was part of the 4%, but definitely see I was 1,000% in the wrong. You thought he was credible. Okay, Heather, that's fine. I hit like on TV and iPad because I love you that much. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate you. Oh, 121 likes now. Thank you, people. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The likes help because it helps to generate in the algorithm and stuff like that. So I always appreciate the like. BBC Wales, BBC Cymru, BBC Wales coming up on my Facebook feed because of you. That's made my day, Mimi. Pink Floyd. I don't know Pink Floyd. I might know the songs. I don't know it off the top of my head, to be honest. Lona, I have to review it. You see me always using orange. There we are. Nirvana. We have landed. Oof. We've landed safely in Florida, people. I thought the weather changed, Johnny. I hope you have I hope we have a wonderful holiday in Florida, Johnny. Not quite. Poolacum, Pobl. So Pobl. And then it's CWM. But close, David. Close. Oh, okay. Your MS color's orange. You're possibly making me uncomfortable. It has been a shit day and I want to get back to Detroit. It might be, but no offense, but would it not, you going back to Detroit, make it even worse? Detroit. That's a sin against humanity, Dylan. Dylan, do we know what happened with Jackson's motion or whatever he did yesterday to get on record with them? Katie McLaughlin? No, so we've not done it yet. No, so it might get handled now, or if not, it'll have to be handled tomorrow morning. Fartbox. It's not been handled yet. It's not been discussed. So I presume it's going to be discussed either now or tomorrow. Top program. I never watch it. Enjoy, Joni.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Is that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or a disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All right, you are all set. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony in, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Be mindful of step right up.
You something so the image give the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
The number is whatever it is. Goods. Yeah.
What do you want?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift about 7:30 a.m.
And what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is a shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at One Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be two young unattended children, and knowing that
both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon. We wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to One Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for a minute. Gilman, if you could pause it there. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds. If you could play it from there. Gentlemen, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residence from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. If you can pause it there, Mr. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play. You could pause right there, Mr. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. May we approach?
Okay.
We're going to end for the day now. If he wants to approach, it's exactly 1 o'clock, so they're going to end for the day.
Lieutenant, we're going to need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it. If you can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We've asked those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, you got anything your notebooks on your chairs and taking all your items. You all rise, sure, follow me.
No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you,
You don't
Cynthia.
need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor. No.
All rise, please.
Okay, so she's ended for the day. We'll go and catch Karen as she comes out. So they're probably going to be doing it tomorrow morning. The motion, I would imagine.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me?
Motherfucker.
It's that you gotta be careful who you surround yourself.
I don't want to listen to you. I want to go and find Tom's CPU. Look, today's been a great day. Another great day today. It's been fantastic. No worries, Shelley. Catch you in a bit. Thanks for being here, Shelley. Today's been a great day again. So let me just find Tom's CPU then. Tom. Oh, Tom's CPU. Let me get this up. So, again, what a great day. What a great day. I'm not trying to be like, that today's a great day. Be well, Gina. Thank you, darling. Share screen. Shelley's going to Carriga. I've got no chat function on Carriga if you're watching with me, but no worries, Shell. Also, Shelley, have you checked your emails as well? It's a good day. It's a good vibe. Right. Yeah, Carriga sent us in, yes. See you tomorrow, big dog. It's going to get better. Of course, it is going to get better. Do you mean you have to? Yes. If you haven't hit the like yet, I've disabled it because I've got too much on. I don't even want to stream it. It's I've got this, got my nieces here. I've got no time to monitor chat, so just gonna let it play. So if people want to do it, watch it, that's fine, but that's up to them. But if you haven't hit the like yet, hit it on your way out. Be well, lads and lasses. Thank you, Dan. No receipt, dog. Thank you, my friend. Do you see Paul staying right? I can't read after looking at the photo. I missed that bit. Bollocks. I think that's why they moved the whole taillight now is to match what it looks like in that video. Nice group today. Yeah, Cynthia, lovely. Thank you, everybody, for contributing. Hang on. What are they saying?
That'll work. Yeah, on the natural, how did?
I'm surprised you can let me know, to be honest.
Yeah? Oh,
That's good.
yep.
I am, but I'm not doing with chat, Shelley. I'm not doing it with chat. So it'll be the same as you watching on Zoom, Shelley, to be quite honest with you. No one can chat on it just because I can't monitor it. So I'm just going to leave it running for those that want to watch and can't access Zoom. But yeah, I'm not chatting or anything. I'm actually going to go for dinner with 3 of my nieces after this now. So treat them to a bit of dinner. Gorgeous day here in New England. It is nice, isn't it? Twilight's covered in snow, but looks more white than red. Look, almost the same as with the housing removed. Come on, James. I couldn't see anything. Thank you, Dan. No worries at all. Don't have to thank me. It's fine. Right, I'll unmute to see what Tom says.
There's other stuff. I know. I can't believe it.
Let's get to
Oh no.
Tom real quick.
Don't worry, James. I'm sure it'll be all over Twitter tonight. Here you go.
Move it back, guys. Move it back.
Alan, does that feel like one David, is it possible that
Pull back.
Maybe 4,000.
Right there, right there. I'm not there.
Good day inside. Good day. Good day. How about all?
Awesome day.
Nice play, John.
Oh.
Yeah. I want to We got to get together a lot more. Okay.
I can't believe I saw you there.
Small world.
Isn't it?
Hi.
Did you see that?
It's the potato.
Okay.
It's free and like with my parents, can you tell them? I can't. She said they're driving home. It's a 2-hour drive for them.
That's the little girl. Get those for you. It's from the little girl right here. She said, "Thank you very much." You hear her say thank you? Come over here. Come over here. Say thank you.
You say thank you? Shay. So sweet.
All right. She's busy. She gotta go. I know she's good.
She'd go home with the
I know
show.
she would. All right, Shay. Let's go, Shay. Underneath.
Under.
There you go, my dear.
Thank you. I'm cool, right? I need her. Hysterical.
So what you think? Pretty cool?
Yeah.
Oh, you just walked
Yeah.
right by and you see the people with the cameras. The guy hit the pole. Do you hear that?
Again?
Yep. Guy hit the pole. Walking backwards. Bang. You see his
Again?
stars. Yep. All you hear is thud.
One of the photographers?
Yes.
The media?
Yep. I think it was 25, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I know. I've got another stream up. So hang on. What I'm going to do is I had Emily D. Baker up. And she's just going over the
I imagine we're going to see some of that.
That'd be the interior of Sally Port Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for about a minute.
I saw in the chat, Annie O was asking, do we know who signed off on the Section 12? Yesterday, Sergeant Good said it was him based on a call to law enforcement from the victim's father. And I touched on that a little bit at the beginning of stream today. So this is, what time is this? 8:16 a.m. I'm going to pull up some of our super chats because after this, I'm going to have to zoom a little bit. And until we get closer to the victim's property, I don't know how much the bottom of our screen matters. Thank you all for the well wishes. I appreciate it. I can't with the what if any, who is any, who if any.
I've just got Emily Baker up because she's wrapping up. I just thought it'd be good to see what she says about it.
Seconds in. So they are zooming. Ronnie, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships to the Lawnard community. Miss Tanisha, good to see you in the chat. Thank you for all of the well wishes, you guys. Absolutely very kind. I don't know. Melissa K, there was a lot we would need to know before we make that determination about whether the victim's family can take action against the city of Canton. Jan said, happy birthday, my year twin, 1 month till mine. Thank you, Jan. Thank you everybody for the wishes. This trial is, it's a lot. Emma Daisy, thank you for the gift of memberships. That's incredibly kind. Thank you guys. All right, I'm going to move myself to
On the
the
screen, Lieutenant, do you recognize that?
upper corner.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
This is the victim's home
Sort of the middle of the screen, is that?
at 8:22 a.m.
Front door to the home, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
And we saw some of those
Now,
things
as far as
first
a well-being
in this
check,
trial.
If you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
Checking to see if
We're going to
everyone's
check to see if there's
okay.
anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
All right, they're going to swing back over, I would imagine, to the video. Hopefully we don't miss the part that they want us to see, which would be the Lexus SUV that appears to be right there.
So it appears when as you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
I think, to be fair, at this point, nobody's aware of the particulars of the incidents that happened at the. Nobody was aware of the particulars of the incident that happened that morning based on everyone that appeared and arrived at the location. So nobody knew what was happening.
And Fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time?
I mean, there was missing red on the
at approximately
left
8:20
side taillight
correct?
outside of the
Yes.
tailgate.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well beach?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked to the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side,
Cold
you didn't
brew this
have any
morning
occasion to
for
go
me.
inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
So this is it. Or earlier it had said it was after 8 o'clock in the morning. I don't think the camera has the full frame in frame. Oh, it's moving. You can see the writing at the top. So
You could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that?
oh, this is
me.
the right side as I'm looking at
Not
it.
sure how- maybe we could-
Outside of the trunk, it just doesn't look red where the taillight is to me. I'm going to zoom. I'm sure they're going to close up that picture. You can see the victim's family kind of turning around to look at that.
So jurors, that's it. You can stay just for.
And that's it for the day.
That's it for today. We'd ask those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, again, leaving your notebooks on your chairs and taking all your items. All rise.
Chef Nation, thank you so much. I want to see if the attorneys put anything on the record before they zoom out of court, and before I have to zoom out of court because I've got to take.
Okay, she's zooming out because it's her birthday and she's got to take a kid to an appointment. I didn't see anything there. I didn't see anything. So she's very frustrated with the judge. Very frustrated with the judge. I like to hear all the different. Oh, absolutely. Don't matter if it's. I've always said, Chris, right? If you think she's guilty, I'm happy to listen to you. But if you just come to me and go, well, she said I hit him, then I'm like, go fuck yourself. I have no interest. Bring me facts and proof. I can show you why I believe she's not guilty. But no one can ever show me why she's guilty except for stuff like, oh, I hit him. That's not good enough for me. You've just seen today, yesterday, the contamination. It's just so much reasonable doubt that it's just too much. Do you know what I mean? So, oh no, I'm not saying you don't. But what I'm trying to say is, I want to hear from other side if there was something. Now, Emily is coming in as a juror, and she's like, why are we even at trial? Lawyer, was like, what the fuck are we doing here? Runkle's like, this is corrupt as hell. Melly Little, what are we doing on trial? There's not one lawyer on the internet, I believe, that says this should be in trial. So I'm the same as you. I like to listen to all sides, but there isn't anything. Di, you're right, Di, you're right. But anyway, look, listen, I think today's a good day. Yes, it was a good day. We're back tomorrow. I'm trying to get hold of El Jefe for him to do a call in during lunch. Some people in the chat have suggested we should charge the judge with crimes. I need evidence for that. Well, I don't know. There might be. I have no idea. If she's proven to be corrupt, then there would be charges, yes. I don't think anybody here said that. FKAR since day one, still am, but I was a bit surprised to see right here appearing to be missing red lens at 8:38. I haven't seen that, Farbox. We need to look at that more in depth. I've not seen that. And that's why I wish Sean was here. But lawyer Bedro on TYG thinks it's a joke as well. Everyone thinks it's a joke. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I'm going to go. My 3 nieces are waiting for me. We've got some food on the go. So I'm going to love you, leave you. See you all tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, Di, for us. That's 1:15, and Tudley, 1:15. Love you all. And I'm going to leave it with Sean's own words. And then I'm out. So have a great evening, everybody. Lona, thank you, my darling. Thank you, Tudley. Brand, thank you, Hackster. Right, I've got to go. No worries, thank you. I gotta go. My 3 nieces are killing me. Peace out, everyone. Take care. I'll end you with my hero. Here he is.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done.